Good evening. Hello everyone. Good evening. Hi. Hey. Nice to see you. Hello. Hello. Hello, Ernest. Hello, Tony. Hello, Kidsma. Hey, welcome. Welcome to the stream. So, the stream of today is named Marketplace Anomalies. Why, you would say? Well, the main reason is that the marketplace has some very weird assets sometimes that are basically impossible or very hard to use in a game as they are. And we have found many of them. For example, let me show you something. If I go in the directory that I have created for the marketplace assets, and I select the medieval kingdom as an example, and I go under textures, and I get, for example, the texture of the anvil. The anvil is an item that now we have in game and is something as simple as this, right? Is just an anvil, so that's what it is, right? Yeah, it looks nice. Okay, it looks fine. I like it. But this object, right, which I don't know, the maximum is less than 1 meter in size, I would say. So even maybe half a meter, I mean, depending. But so this thing has four textures, and only the normal map is 34 megabytes. Hello, Zoe. I look happy. I'm always happy. I'm always happy. He has a metal layer which is 20 megabytes, you know, and you can go on and on. I mean, you can take the I don't know, the fruits like the apples or the carrots, you know. No, maybe this one not too much. Maybe this one I already reduced. But there are certain maps that are absolutely insane. Look at this one. Look at this one. The ruins, okay? The ruins are the ruins. You want to know which are the ruins? The ruins are this one, okay? So you can say, it's a nice model. Yeah, okay. I mean, I have this piece, you know, some green stuff and some other stuff. Okay. Nice. I mean, the texture. How big can the texture be? I mean, how can the texture be, you know? Well, one single ruin, which is, I mean, one of those, because actually there are four. One single ruin has 174 megabyte of textures, where the normal map is 76 megabyte alone, and the diffuse is 57 megabyte alone, right? Now, can you use it? Yes. Did we use it yesterday? Yes, but man, we cannot go with this, right? We cannot go with this. So that is why when you check the folder, for example, of ruins, and you get, for these four ruins, you get 719 megabyte of textures, you go like, yes, I got this nice marketplace asset, and it looks very cool, but you know, for four ruins, 700 megabyte of textures, I don't know if it's a good idea, right? Now, if you want to use it I don't know, in a production, in a real-time movie, in a 3D movie with incredible rendering. But if you want to use it in a real-time game, then I guess you start to have some issues. And it's all like this, by the way. So there is the bad news. Now the good news is that I already did pretty much, not all, but a lot of work to reduce them significantly. And actually I reduced them a lot. So for example, if you go now in my directory, the same ruins, if you go under Watermill, no, where was that? Medieval Kingdom. Medieval Kingdom textures ruins, you see? Instead of 750 megabyte, you get 10 megabyte, right? Slightly better, huh? You get 10 megabytes. Now the result is pretty much identical. Now obviously it's not. I mean, if you look at the thing like this, obviously you see the artifacts, you see the fact that it's bad, right? And the previous version, obviously it was still good at this distance, but I don't think we need to look at that distance, and anywhere I don't think we can afford that kind of quality. Also, sometimes these objects have insane number of layers. So I found some of them which have like 4, 5, 6 textures for one item, like 6 textures for one item, and yeah, it's not very reasonable. So what I did, I reduced them in number and in size. Trying to keep the thumb rule of about 1024 for something that is like as big as this. So something that is more than 1 meter by 1 meter, so it's like 2 meters by 2 meters or so. And I keep 512 for the things that are smaller. So for example, the anvil that I shown you, this one, is already reduced. In fact, if I go closer, you see that the texture is what it is, right? But if you look at it like from here, which is I think is a reasonable distance, I think it looks good. And this texture is 512, which is okay, not very high res, but I think is enough for our game, right? So my suggestion, my tip to you is, if you take stuff from the marketplace, really look at the textures, because they are absolutely insane. Which on one side is good because they give you a very high resolution texture and then you can scale it down. But the point is that you need to scale it down. If you don't scale it down, you're killing your game. Unless it's unless it's a single player game. If it's a single player game, I think you can do what you want. If you go in one place only one time and then you unload it and you reload a completely different scene, I think it can be as crazy as you want. Well, within certain limits, but it can be pretty crazy. So now we are looking at the ancient treasure. Ancient treasures I didn't reduce yet, and I see that, and we need to reduce it. I see, for example, that for the chalice, this guy, which is actually a very nice model, nothing to say. For this guy, we are using 3 textures, which I would say is kind of fine. We're using 3 textures, so the diffuse, the normal, and the roughness metal. Now they are using a different technique. In this one, they are splitting the roughness and metal by channel, and they are trying to use so the graph is pretty big, as you can see. So we'll have to see how many FPS we lose just for this graph, but for now I will leave it. It's basically checking if there is a metal map and if there is a roughness map and metal map, and he's using it. And then he's splitting, as you can see, the different channels. So the red is used for the roughness, the G is used for the metal, and the B, I don't know what is used for. Is used for the ambient occlusion, and the alpha is used, I guess, for the alpha. No, it's used for the emissive. So they are basically split. He's using these 4 channels as a one layer of maps, right? Which I think is a reasonable idea. I think it's a reasonable idea. So they do it this way. And yeah, the metallic texture can be good on the anvil. I don't remember. I think I left it. I don't remember. Let me see. I don't remember if I left the metal on this one. No, I didn't. I didn't leave the metal on this one. Or maybe it was not even there. I don't know. But it looks good anyway. So the problem of this chalice is that each of the textures is $2,048. Now, one thing that sometimes we tend to underestimate is the fact that we say, oh, it's 2048, so we reduce it to 1024, which is half of it. So we reduced it by half, right? No, we actually reduced it 4 times because your beautiful pictures, by the way. Because your I don't need this now. Because your 2048, you know, gets divided by 4 when you do a 1024. So the 1024 is this piece only. So we divide it by 4. Now, if you do 512, right, is like if you are dividing this even more. So your 512 compared to the original one, compared to the original one, is only this piece, right? Is only this piece. So it's 1/16 of the original 4K texture. It's 1/16. So that's why you can go down really significantly if you are reducing the texture size. Now, for that chalice, I think we can go to 512. I mean, I don't see this chalice going more than 512. It's just a cup, you know, of the size. I mean, which is like 20 centimeter high. So, and I don't think you will ever zoom it so close. So I think what we want to do, we want to export all the chalice ones, so which are these 4. And by the way, I found something even more crazy, that in the ruins there were some textures which were instead of being RGBA 8, instead of being RGB 8A 8, sorry, they were RGBA 16. And RGBA 16 has a 64 bits per pixel, right? So the texture for each pixel has an insane amount of information, and I had some trouble really exporting these textures. Like the ruins were like this, I think. Yes, the ruins were like this. So this is where the 78 megabyte comes from, you know. And this is totally unnecessary for us. So so it's also something that we need to be sure that we are not using, because those textures are really too high. So let me go under unique. Yes, I think we can export all of them here. At the moment, this texture is 2000, and I think all of them are 2048, all of them. And I think we will bring them down to 512. Now, if you want to see the chalice before, we can take a screenshot maybe, because we will not have it. We will not have it after the change, so we can take a screenshot and keep it here. And now we will go down 16 times, right? So it would be 16 times less quality than this. But I cannot imagine to have more than that on a single chalice, you know. So it doesn't make sense to me. So I think even if you say no, keep it, please. I want to see the beauty of that thing. No, but you know, if we keep the beauty all the time, our game will not work anymore. So consider that this is scaled 50%. If I go to 100%, this is the resolution. And at the moment I'm on a 2500 screen, so you know, I think it really makes no sense. Okay, so we'll scale them all to 512, and then we will see how it looks, but I think it will look fine. So the 100 is this one. So we scale them all. Scale them all. Image, scale image. Image, scale image. Image, scale image. Right? And then we are going just to save them again. Now, what I do usually when I save them, I add like an R at the end, which is for remake or review or whatever. So just to be sure that that is the version that I have touched, right? The version that I have changed. Just to avoid making making mistakes of reusing the other one, even if the size is so different that is hard to mistake. I would question anyway if the metal and roughness are really needed, but if we go down to 512, I think we can keep them. Okay, so we can keep 2 more maps. And I have to say, I did some tests and the items are still looking pretty good. Obviously, they are not looking insanely good, but they are looking pretty good. Okay, so we exported them all. Now, what we need to do, we need to re-import here all those textures, which are these 6. And now, considering they have different names, I don't have the issue of Unreal Engine doing weird stuff. Now, it happened to me that I was trying to re-import the texture with the same name, and actually the size of the file was not going down. So I think you have to be careful, because just the pure re-import sometimes is not enough. So you need to change the name to trigger the rebuild, right? So now what we need to do, we need to go in our materials, and I think this chalice now, we can just change the texture with the R version. So it's actually pretty quick, and you can see that it's changing a bit here in terms of quality. Obviously, it's changing in terms of quality. Okay, so this is the so this is done. So if we go now to look at our chalice, this is the result. Okay, so it is using already the lower resolution textures. Now we can put it next to the other one, and obviously you will see a difference. So obviously the one on the right is much more crisp in the like in this detail. If I zoom in, maybe you can see it better, but like in the details here is much better. Absolutely, but again, it's costing 16 times what it cost the left one, and we cannot afford, at least for now, but maybe in a few years, but for now we cannot afford the 16 time cost. So this will be our challenge, which I think at a reasonable distance, you know, like this maybe, it still looks very nice, right? So I think it's more than enough. And if you look at the sides, we went down from let me see. We went, so one chalice and the other chalice. So we have two chalice. So here it was, no, wait. I need to do it differently. Chalice. So here it was 35 megabyte, right? 35 megabyte for the two chalice, and now is 3.6, 3.2. So it's 10 times less. It's 10 times less. You know, so okay, so this is good. So we did it. We can do the same with the other chalice as well. And I already converted the texture, so I just need to switch the textures here. Okay. Something happened though. Why? Uh-oh. Something happened. This RMA seems to have caused some problems. Why? This RMA, let's put some music. The RMA seems to have caused some problems. It looks like there is the green flip green channel. No, or there is some flipped channels anyway, because it looks different. It looks significantly different. You see the difference? This is imported as a mask, no RGB, format DTX1 BC5. Now, this has been imported with the wrong setting. Okay. I think now is better. I didn't consider these differences that we need anyway to check the settings to be sure that the texture is imported in the same way. Let me see if we have the same mistake on this one. No, this one was actually a normal map. So I don't know why, for whatever reason, but here we had the green channel flipped. Right. I think we always need to check if there are any specific settings for the texture. Let me see how our chalice looks now. Because then is a bit different, huh? Is a bit different. I think it looks better now. Yeah, I think it looks better. Okay. I didn't do this check with the other textures, so... I'm kind of scared that I did... Well, maybe I need to review also the other ones. When I select this one, it becomes significantly... You see how much it changes from this to this? There is still something different, I think, between the two. Even if now they look identical. From the graphics perspective, they look very, very, very similar. I think unfortunately the reduction... yes, because I think unfortunately the reduction has worked on all the channels at the same time instead of reducing each channel. So or we split the channel and then reduce the sides, or I think if we do it up front we may mix the channels because it's changing the colors. I understand. There is a kind of a problem though, huh? There is a kind of a problem. There is a kind of a problem. I mean, still it doesn't look bad, but I think it will look different from the original. I mean, it doesn't look bad, but I think the information in the different channels has not been preserved. Let me try something. I think we can try what changes I did. I don't know, do the changes. Let me try. Does it happen also on this one? You see, on this one is very, very little. On this one, the result is pretty much identical. It gets a bit of blur, for sure. I think it gets a lot of blur, actually. But if I remove the RMA, the texture looks super bad, so we cannot do it. I can, but on this one anyway, it keeps the basic color, while on this one is really changing, you know, to a way darker. Okay, we will do something special. We will do something special only for those two textures. Okay. We will do something special only for that. And the special thing we are gonna do, we are gonna take the two metallic, which are these ones, and I'm bringing them back to the original version, and I'm gonna to split. Let me just check one thing. Why it looks so different? Because visually it doesn't look very different, but considering they are splitting the channels, for very different things. I think it is what is messing up with us. So I just learned today how to do it, actually, because I was working on something else. So the way to separate in GIMP the components, the channels, into layers, so that then you can manipulate every single channel and then recompose. I think it should work. I think it should work better. So the way to do it is do components, decompose. Then you have to tell him, let me just check, what should be an RGBA? No, there's only RGB. Okay. Then you decompose it to an RGB. And basically creates another new image with one layer. These are not channels, these are layers. The channels are here. One layer per each channel that you have. And now what we are gonna do, we are gonna scale the image now. So you should do the scaling per layer in theory. As you can see, look at the bottom. Wow. He's taking his time. I don't know why it's taking so much. Oh my god, I think he may crash. I don't know if he can recompose the original with a scaled version. That I don't know. I think he's in trouble. I think our GIMP is in trouble. I asked him to do something that he doesn't like. I can wait if he can do the job, but doesn't look like he's doing anything. He's 0% CPU. I think unfortunately it crashed. I think unfortunately it crashed. So let me open only that one, okay? So which is the RMA, Chalice RMA, this one. So this one we want to split, but I don't know if he can do it. Not very convinced that he can do it. I could try to scale now the original image and scale this one next. Let's try one more time, but okay, he did it immediately this time. Okay, so it was just a GIMP going a bit crazy. So he scaled the 3 layers, which is nice. And now I will ask him to recompose. Yeah, the problem is that I think I need to scale this image down and then recompose. Okay. Now, I don't know if this one is different than the previous one, but in theory we have scaled separately each layer. So let me try to see if I can export it as R. I think yeah. Let me rename maybe the previous one to something else so we still keep it. We still keep it. So we keep the Chalice 1 RMI R, this one. I will call it scale once. Scale once. Okay. And we're gonna resave this one as Chalice RMA RTGA. Okay. Okay. Let me just try for just for visual comparison to see if these two are looking any different from each other. They are looking identical. They are looking absolutely identical. But I don't know if it will happen the same with the other one, eh? I'm not that sure. Because on this one we didn't have a lot of artifacts. I will still import it anyway, since we did the job. Since we did the work. This one doesn't lose light. It just loses definition, which is, I mean, obvious. It's normal that it does that. But the other one is losing a lot of definition. I mean, a lot of light. The other one is losing a lot of light. I mean, this one looks fine. Okay, let's try to do the same with the other one, eh? With the one that is problematic. So the one that is problematic is the Chalice number 2, which has these original textures of 12.6 megabytes. And this one we will decompose as RGB. And we will scale to 512. And then we will scale this one like we just learned, which is better. And now we will recompose the first one with the layers of the second one, right? Okay, it did it. So now we will export as Chalice RMA R TGA. I mean, visually they look identical, so I don't know. I don't know if it will work, but I want to see if now if I re-import that one, consider that we need anyway to set the same parameters on the two textures. So is again a mask, and the rest is identical. Okay. Ah, now you see? Now it's not changing at all. Well, he's losing definition, obviously. He's losing definition. He's adding some blur to the to everything, but I think is what we expect. But at least he's not making it black, right? So I think the splitting channels helped. I was working on third-person FPS and realized that when your movement component move, your hand follow. I tried C++ for real, no choice, and tried to set a scene component upon the character. For a VR controller, I'm doing this, and why I need to restart for the hand. The next solution is the floating point movement. Hello, Hula. I don't know in VR how the hand is managed, but I think it's attached to the character, right? I think it's part of the base character actor, and so it's supposed probably to move together with him, but I don't know if the C++ will make a difference for you, but for sure in C++ you can do more on the movement component, or anyway you can, I think you can do the same as in blueprints, but maybe you can access, you know, some of the internals if you need. Okay, let me check now our chalice number 2. Okay, I think it looks good. I think it looks good. We have a bit of blur, obviously, but that's expected. So I think we can now delete all the other textures that we are not using anymore, because they should not be connected anymore to any assets. Right. So we significantly reduce the volume there. Now for the chest, I'm not that sure, because those chests look so nice that I don't know how much I want to reduce them. Now these one are 2048. I think we can go to 1024. But I think we need to do the same work on the RMA to be sure that the RMA is not killing the details. Because those chests are so nice that will really be a pity to destroy them. Right? Let me take a screenshot of this just for the record. So this is how it was looking, okay? So we will see how it will look after the reduction. I think we will reduce it by 1/4. So I will take all these chests and I will export them. Okay, and for those we will go at 1024. So six textures for the chests. right? So this is the most complex one, which is the RMA. Let me try to do immediately this one because I want to see the effect. Well, we have to do them all anyway, so I think I don't really have a choice. Like, it's not that I can choose to do one and not the other. I think unfortunately we have to. So we'll go to 1024 here, and then we will recompose the original one, okay? I think it looks very good anyway. It's pretty sharp as well. Still looks good. It is 1024. So for the normal map, it's not a problem. We can just scale it as it is, because we are actually using it one channel, and the same we can do for this. This one we need to split. I have to be super focused not to do mistakes. Okay. So we recompose that one. Now we do this one. And then we do this one. Okay. Okay, now we can save them all and see the results. I will just add my R at the end. We need to just be sure that when we are importing it, we are looking at the texture properties. I think I never donated money to GIMP, but I think I will. Has been so incredibly useful. Without GIMP, I think I couldn't not do this job. I think that using other tools would have been so hard, you know? And the only option would have been probably to buy Photoshop. I think would probably be the only option. So I'm pretty grateful that this software actually exists. Okay, we need a 6R. And then when we have them in, we need to check. I think normal maps will have no problems, but I think the RMA may have a problem. So I want to check the difference in settings. Yes, you see that one is actually imported as a mask, the other is imported as a normal map, so this thing is definitely different. And these are both in Word normal group. Okay, so I think it's fine. But we will do the same also for this one and this one. So we want to compare, even if it's, you know, it's the same change. But I just want to be sure that I'm not missing any other settings. So I think now we can save and save. And Now we can try to see how our chest will look with the scaled down versions. So we're gonna change this texture to this and to this. Why did it change so much? I think there is a flipped something, huh? Flipped green, maybe? It's not the same, for sure. Yes, flip green. There is flip green. I think this operation is super sensible, you know? So like, you miss one parameter and it will look different, so... Okay, I think that now is fine. Obviously it's losing resolution, but that's normal. I mean, we have no other way. Let me look at the RMA. No, the RMA is very, very good. I think it makes basically no difference at the moment between one and the other. So the RMA makes a bit of difference here, but very little. So I think that our chest will look still pretty good. I think we'll still look pretty good. Obviously we lost resolution, and that's... if we go to the screenshot... there is a significant difference. Hey, it's 1/4. It's 1/4. It's 1/4 on the... It's 1/4 on the normal and on the diffuse, and as you can see, the cracks, you know, the cracks in the chest are much less evident. Yeah, they were like godlike at the beginning. Yeah, I agree. They were like insane at the beginning. They were looking real, you know. They were looking like realistic realistic pictures. So yeah, I think that comparing with the original is anyway a tough comparison. I think this one will still look a very nice chest in the game. I think it will still look very nice. Okay, this one was the first chest. Now let me just check the second one. I think we have this probably the same problem with the flipped green. Yes, we do. So we need to flip the green channel. Yes. And then we can switch, also this texture to the other one. Well, the lead is already correct. I mean, it's still looking super nice. I mean, for a chest, it's still looking super nice. Also because you will see it at this distance normally, right? Still looking very, very nice. There is Castlevania. Okay, so this one we did. So I got distracted for a second. Now this one also we need to do the switch. This is like, yeah, this is like insanely good, you know. But we cannot go with that, unfortunately. We cannot go with that, boys. The only thing that I see is that, you know, every map is adding some blur to it, so if I go just down with one of the textures and I keep the others, like, I don't know if scaling down the other levels is generating a problem, but probably it's the additional detail that you get out of it. Because it looks kind of blurred, you know? It looks kind of blurred. And if I remove these two, I mean, obviously it looks like super bad because it doesn't have all the additional detail from the metal. But what I'm saying is that I think hello, George. Yes, George, I integrated the Fantasy Village. It's already in plane shift somehow. So it's already in our... and yesterday I did a screenshot that maybe you didn't see. I posted it in the Discord supporter channel. And as you can see here, the village, or part of the village, I started to build it directly in plane shift. And you see that, yes, our character and our UI is here. And it is how the entrance looks. Which I think is pretty nice. Now, some of these textures we are scaling down, but I think at this distance you will not notice a difference compared to what I did. Fortnite fucked us all. Yeah, I mean, the cartoon style I think is anyway a good idea, you know? So like that you still use kind of very low, which is the Valorant. Valorant is doing the same. I don't know if you played Valorant, but is the same concept of low level textures. I mean, low level shaders, and pretty much, you know, constant colors. But at the end, if the models are nice and the style, you know, is something that you like, at the end it looks good. Yeah, there is still quite a bit to do on the village, and I think some I'm going to do also today, maybe. So there is still a bit to do to make it nice. I also have a screenshot of the farm, which is this one. So I created a bit of a farm area where we are planting pumpkins and hops and other stuff, and this is how it looks. Now I fixed the problem with the pumpkins. The problem with the pumpkins was an insane amount of shaders, one on top of the other, that made it really not reasonable. So, okay, so I think that now that we switched all of that, I think we can delete all the normal ones. Now it's not very easy to find them in this mess. But basically all the ones without the R. No, excluding the cola. Only for the chest and for the chalice. Why there is still one of the chalice? I forgot to delete it, huh? So all these ones should not be connected. You see that it doesn't tell me that there are references. So all these ones I can delete. And so we have our chest. For this chest we didn't split the lid. Ah yes, because we are just gonna change the texture of it. Yeah, so in reality this item I don't really need, because this item is the full item without the ability to be openable and closable, right? But anyway, we can, if you want, we can leave it. Now, what else we have? Valorant is Paladin copy? I don't know. I like Valorant. Did you play it? I played it quite a bit and I liked it. I was playing Sage. I was playing a lot of Sage. So let me see this call texture. This call is 1024. I think we can go down to 512 because it's a very small item anyway. So wow, this call has 5 maps. This call has 5 maps, boys. Has 5 maps. Why 5 maps? Because he also has the height map. But I don't know if you want the height map. I think we checked it the other day, right? And we said that the height map was not adding so much. And the height map is basically doing nothing. So I think we don't care about that map. I think it's a nice idea, but I think we can remove it. The emissive, obviously we cannot. If we remove the emissive, this thing will not work anymore. If we remove the RMA, I think we can remove the RMA. Look at the difference. It's basically nothing. I will remove the RMA. And let me see the normal. And no, the normal is doing a lot of difference. So I think we can keep 3 out of 5. So we will remove the height map and the RMA. And we will leave the other 3. And the other 3 we will scale them down. So let me see if I save it here and I try to delete. If he's already allowing me to delete or not. If I want to delete this one and this one. No, it's getting very upset. I think that the reason is that the master material has those as defaults. So it happened to me already that, you see, here he has the height map as a default, and this is generating dependencies. The RMA seems not to be here though. What is the RMA? I don't see it. TX field 01 albedo. Yeah, the field you can use it. Paladin, I mean, you mean Paragon? Paragon, the project that failed with Unreal, or Paladin? I don't remember Paladin. I don't remember Paladin. Unless you mean Paragon. Paragon, yes, I remember, but Paladin, I don't remember that. Paladin, champions of something. Paladin, champion of the realm, is this thing? I don't remember this. I think I never played it. I don't remember that. It's fun? Okay. This material is crazy, by the way, but I think we will leave it for now. I cannot go into the details of this thing. So... I think we will force delete of this too. I know it's not nice, but I think we have no other way. And I think all our material will anyway look okay. And then what I will do, I will reduce these 3 cold textures. To 512, because I think it makes no sense really that they are so high for such a small asset. So thanks to this, we will have our asset all clean. I mean, I have to say it's a lot of work. So again, taking marketplace assets, I think is good and bad. I don't know. I think they helped us, but the amount of work that I put into fixing them and improving them, I mean, has been very significant. I mean, dozens of hours anyway. Dozens of hours. A significant number of evenings and a significant number of weekends. Okay, now let's try to re-import these 3 and see if they have any special settings, because I'm expecting, since they are weird materials for emissive and such, I'm expecting those to have kind of a weird settings. So I want to compare them and see. Now this one seems to be identical. Okay, good. Now this one is an sRGB unset, and for the rest seems to be pretty much the same. Okay, and the last one, which is the normal map, as an sRGB and a flip green. Okay. Okay. I don't really know if scaling normal maps is a good idea though, because this kind of a blur effect we are getting, I don't know if we will get it if we do it with the by redoing the normal map. So I'm a bit, you know. So I think this calls one. Now we can switch the texture. So we will switch this one. We will switch this one. And we will switch this one. The emissive looks very different. He's way more emissive. I don't know why. But anyway. So let me see how our item looks now. Yeah, I think it became way more emissive. But I think we have a way to tone it down. Because I think in the material, I think there was the... No, emissive we need. Wasn't there the emissive strength? No, huh? Because the problem is it became way more emissive. I think because the scaling, even if, you know, looks pretty much the same, but we can tone it down one. Oops, something happened. Uh-oh. Our coal decided to not to burn anymore. Okay. I think now it's burning too much, but we can still leave it like this. But I think the idea is to have it burn less, is to reduce the emissive map. But it means that I need to go here and edit this thing, or maybe just make it one layer. I can just make it, I can tone down the colors maybe and making it slightly darker. I think if I tone it down like this, let me try to export it like this and see if I can go back to kind of the original. I cannot judge if it's much better or not. But anyway, I think it's good. I think we will leave it like this. I don't want to now go and tweak something that, by the way, we are not even using. So I think it's a nice item, and we significantly reduced the texture weight. I always have, you know, the reflex to try to keep the quality identical, but it's not possible, so I need to forget the dream, you know. Try, just 10 times better than Valorant. With many styles carries you might try for free. Okay, I can try it. Paladins. But is like a CSGO thing, or because Valorant is really a shooter 5v5. I don't know what is this, but it's the same probably. It's a shooter with Ah, I think I've seen it. I think I've seen it. You were taking also the horse. You could ride the horse. You were going inside houses and taking potions. I remember. I've seen it. I've seen it on stream. I think I've watched. I remember this horse. I remember that horse. This horse that the lady has. I remember. Now I remember that. Yes. But no, I never played it. That you were becoming a chicken, no? You were becoming a giant chicken, I remember. When you were dying, you were becoming a chicken and staying on the ground with like a flag on your head. And then now here he doesn't show. It doesn't show the chicken thingy, but you were becoming like a fat chicken and you were just like waiting to die, but you could still move. It's not showing it. You could still move and but yes, now I remember. I've seen it was quite some time ago. It was like 3 or 4 years ago, but yes, I remember. Okay, why we need this sand material? I think we are not using this sand material anywhere. So why we have this sand material? MF sand. What do you mean FM sand? What? SM sand is not in this project. FM sand 01. Which is used by this. Okay. Is used by this. Yeah, still something inside the master material. Use sand. What the hell is this? FM sand, material function. Material layer blend override opacity mask. Is coming after the material. Can we skip it and can I delete it? You think I can delete this? I don't know what is it. It's like applying a sand filter after the material. Wow. I mean, as long as my items look nice and looks the same, I think I can delete it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. When you save this material, this MM master material, is recompiling 600 shaders. I don't know really if this material is reasonable or not. like this enable fake reflection. I don't know. He has like millions of parameters. I'm a bit scared about this material. I think I mean, it looks nice, but 600 shaders, because 600 are what? All the possibilities that he has to compile based on all these variables. If I could remove this master material, I would be happy, but I don't think I can at the moment. I think I need to leave it. But now that I removed that sand thingy, let me just see if my items look the same or not. Yes, they look identical. So I think that one was probably not used or used for a very specific. So I think this sand I can probably delete. Hey, saying that it's used in all of this, but I don't think we are using. Because this one I can delete. This one I think I cannot because it's still in the material, yes. But I think I can delete those now. I will force delete because anyway I don't think that material is used at all now. Okay. So I deleted that, which is nice. So we removed 3 other textures. Now this one is for the braziers. Braziers, do we want a 500 or do we want a 1000? Maybe we can go with a 1000 for this one. We have RMA, normal, and let me see how it looks. There is our guy. There is our guy. Let me see if I butcher a bit the texture. Like if I remove the RMA. It's very different, boys. It's very, the RMA is doing so much. No, I cannot remove it. The normal map is not doing much because it's pretty much a flat object, but okay, I think we can go to 1024 for this one. It's anyway a tall item, and so we will scale it down, but we will scale it down only to 1024. I think I need to do the trick with the RMA with the 3 channels. Unfortunately. Okay, so normal map I can go down without any issue. We go to 1024. This one as well. This one we need to do the trick. So we will split the components. We will scale separately. We will scale the original. And we will recompose. Okay. Okay. So now we can save our textures. This thing is so much work anyway. So much work, boys. So much work. Now, when we are importing them again, I just need to check that I have the same settings on all three. I already see that one is different, so let me open this too. Yes, one is mask and the rest seems to be the same. And there should be no difference, but let me check just in case. No, there's no difference. As expected. And these two, these are both normal maps, but you can see one is a flip green channel. And the rest is identical. Okay. Nice. Nice, so we can now check how it looks with the changes. We can even do it real time, you know, keeping the object open here and see how it changes with the lower res texture. So from here to here, it's really identical. From here to here and from here to here, it's basically identical. It doesn't look that he lost anything. I'm surprised, but because we kept the 1024, so 1024 is still a very, very good resolution. Still a very, very good resolution. Okay, we can delete these ones. And I think we finished this package, or no, maybe no. There is more stuff. Utility. The sand mask I think also is not used, right? I will delete it. I think it's not used. And these ones, I don't know, they are super small anyway, so I think we can keep them. There is a cube map, but is this cube map used for anything? It's still in the... Okay, for now I will leave it. Nice. Nice. Okay, good. Wow, we did quite some work. We did quite some work, boys. Now, let me see how much is now the package. So if I go to this package here, 28 28 megabyte. It was 700. It was 700 megabyte. Oh my god. Yeah, we did a good job. We did a good job. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So this one is done. This one, the Fantasy Village, is done. The Medieval Kingdom is done. But I'm still missing... I think this beast is missing. Yeah, this beast is still 800 megabyte. Oh my god. Yeah, this one is missing. Which is the one where we have all the houses and all the materials. There is also a shader library. I think the shader library is probably for the water. Material FX raindrops. What is this thing? I don't even know why I have that thing imported. Because in theory... blend snow with incoming attribute. This is coming from some other project, I'm pretty sure. I think they took some stuff, you know, and packaged it, but this was originally coming from another game, I'm pretty sure, because all these shader functions, which are related to snow, in this package there is no snow. Rain drips. Look at this. Rain drips and raindrops. Huh. But I think this stuff is coming from another master foliage, master prop, master planner. Wind toggle. I don't think I can touch any of that. What I can touch is the actual textures. I think that's the only thing I can touch, because I'm not gonna, you know, reverse engineer the shaders to split them in pieces so that we can remove the non-relevant parts. I think it will take too much time, and I think I'm not gonna do that. Just 1 second, I need to do something. 1 second. Where am I? Here. Para pam pam. Para pam pam. Para pam. Para pam pam. Para pam pam. Okay, so we need to reduce these 800 megabytes to something different, okay? Because I cannot stand with 800 megabyte of nothing. So, for example, we have snow stuff, right? Snow normal, snow compact. We are not using any of that. I mean, it could be interesting, but with this texture we are not using. There is no snow, so you see, in theory is referenced everywhere, but the reality is that it's only referenced probably into that is probably only referencing the main material, the master material, and so I think it's coming from the master material. Probably there are so many dependencies that I cannot really. Yeah, master definition. You see this? Master definitions no. These master definitions no. Is going into matte block snow. Matte block snow. My fear is that if I delete all of this, it will collapse. Master prop and master tree planner. Master prop and master tree planner. What is this thing doing? Wetness rain puddles. This is coming from another game, I'm pretty sure. They just took it all, extracted it, and put it in a package. But this thing is nothing to do with the items. Unless it's for the water, where you have, yes, like here the water drops. You know, the water drops. I mean, the rain drops into the water. Because we have a water thing that we extracted. Even if the water thing that I extracted it underwater, now that I remember, eh? I extracted this underwater. Ah, yes. So, yeah. I extracted it separately. So in theory, no, this is not even the case. So I think they have... They have some definitions. Can you read this thing? Because I cannot. I never did something like this, and to me it's not something that I can relate to. So here we are inside a material. And inside the material we have a number of blocks like this. layer primary, layer secondary, layer grunge, snow, rain puddles, which are then looping into itself. I don't know, it's so weird. But I don't know. And if I click on the first block, which is this one, layer primary, I go inside of this material function, which is doing a million things, including parallax occlusion, UV warping, emissive attribute, base layer overrides. Oh my god. I mean, what I can do, I can just disconnect all the all the assets that we have in this block from all of that, because let me see what we have here. Okay, so here we have, do we have any foliage? We don't have any foliage in this. So you know what, I think I'm gonna just disconnect completely. I think I'm gonna disconnect completely. Let me see how the textures are made, but the textures are very simple. Normal, albedo, and this C, I don't know if it's an occlusion or is an RMA or whatever it is, but we can check it very easy if we go it's called compact. Yeah, it's anyways is a roughness map plus I'm pretty sure it's a roughness plus other things. So we need to split this one somehow. So we need to understand where in the master prop it's not that easy though, huh? You see the compact map is coming from here. It's going into this compact T map. And the compact T map is doing parallax occlusion. Yeah, but the question is, when I have one of my items, do I have parallax occlusion enabled? No, all this is fully disabled. If I enable this, what happens? Absolutely nothing. So probably is used in multiple places. But this would be false, so we'd not go here. Compact is appearing again here and is going into output height pre-warp. Holy shit. It's going to material base. Output height pre-warp. This is the secondary layer. He's still taking the compact map. That is so freaking insane anyway. It is so insane. Do we have a place where then this freaking thing is applied? Because at a certain point it should go into a material, huh? No? I mean, I don't know when, but at a certain point, this is just attributes, 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 attributes. For example, in this one we don't have it. In this one we don't have it. In this one we don't have it. So how does it then assign the result of all these attributes to something, you know, to the final material? How does it assign it? After having done this 1 million function to read attributes and oh my Jesus, the mother of all the functions. Oh my God. Oh my God, look at this. Look at this thing. I just would like to see where at the end it goes into a material, right? But I don't see it, so I see only these attributes, which are then going into functions, and functions that are going into other attributes. So is that enough to create a texture without going to the final emissive color? Set material attribute. I think I need to see. I think I'm starting to understand. Wait. I think I'm starting to understand. I need to see where my T map, because this is my compact map, right? Where it is going. But this is just a true false. Input compact map. Splitting it here. He's splitting it here. So why we don't use this definition material base, which is much better, instead of definition material base, because it is a freaking function. Definition material base. Definition material base. I don't remember where I from here. But it is another... There is another layer of a layer. Fuck. Finish material pace. But I think that with the third map, they are just doing... I think they're just doing the same thing that we have seen in the other textures. So they are basically taking the compact map and they are splitting it in channels, and every channel is going to populate to be a map, right? Like you see, this B is multiplied by this, which hopefully is 1, and then it's going into the specular. So we have the B, which is going into the specular. We have the G, which is going directly into the roughness. And we have the R, which is going directly into the metallic. Yeah, so I think I can do this. Only the height, this one, the height is something that I don't know where then is used. I mean, why is not linked? That is a bit of a problem. But I think I can do this. I think I can do this. So the R goes into the metallic. The G goes into the roughness. The B goes, it goes multiplied here and then it goes nowhere. But then it also goes down here and then it goes into the ambient occlusion. And the A goes in theory into the height map. Then I don't know then when it's applied in this insane cycle. But probably we never have it anyway. Let me see if we do. Alpha channel false. So all those... No, sorry, I need to look at the compact now. Alpha channel false. So I think all these ones are not using the height anyway. Alpha channel true. Like this one, for example, is using some displacement. This one is using some displacement. But you know what? I think we will not care. Or we do. I don't know, a bit undecided, but height lerp. These textures, boys, are a mess, okay? These textures and these shaders are a mess. Okay, let me see if I can reach at least a decent compromise. The decent compromise will be to create. Do we have a simpler master material? But I don't think so, because we have master foliage, master prop, and master tree planner. By the way, the master tree planner, I don't even know. What is? Yeah, the master tree planner is a bit simpler in the sense that but do we have any? I think we have. I think we have the... Fuck. Now that I remember, I think that we have in this set... No, it's not this one. No, it's not this one. The one that is UV based, that is absolute world position based. It's not this one, huh? Because I remember that there is one which is... I'm confused because I think they should work this way, but maybe it's not working when it's horizontal. Maybe it's not working when it's horizontal. Fuck. No. But I remember that these textures were based on the position of this thing. No, but they are not. They are not, huh? I was pretty sure they were, so I'm now a bit confused of why. Because this tree planar thing, okay, we can do a test, okay? Let's do a simple test, otherwise I'm not moving forward to simplify this mess. So the simple test is this: we take the house where we did our work, which is this one, right? And then we create another material for the Instwood B, which will not have this as a parent, okay? So we will create another new material, which will be called Instwood var B copy or something. Instwood var B R, right? And this one will not be derived from the master prop, which will obviously break it. So as soon as I do this, it will break it completely. master also because it is an instance. No, I cannot do it like this because it is an instance, sorry. Cannot do it like this. I can copy the name, but this one is to be deleted. I need to create a new material. Need to create a new material, which I will call it like this. And this one will take the 3 inputs, so the normal, the compact, and the albedo. No, it's not this one. It's the normal texture thingy. You cannot connect it like this? You have to go to texture sample, huh? Now, the R goes into the metallic, the G goes into the roughness, the B goes into the ambient occlusion, and the alpha in theory goes into the height, but at the moment I don't know which other calculation they do. I mean, I don't think that I can just connect it like this. I think we need to see what happens. So this will be, let's say that this will be the new master. This will be the new, let's call it simplified master, right? Let's call it simplified master. And now if from this master I generate an instance, and this time, yes, the instance, I call it like this. And in the instance I associate the same variable that I have here. So associate this one as the base color. Associate this one as the compact. and associate this one as the normal. Okay, so now we need to see if this material looks similar or identical to this one. For some reason they are not the same zoom level, but I think it looks very, very similar. If not identical. So now basically with this master material, I'm skipping all the calculations that they are doing. I'm just assigning. Obviously, if I remove the compact, it becomes completely different, right? So this thing has an effect, which is what we want. Now the only problem I have is on the height, because on the height I didn't use it, and I see that some, like for example, this one has an alpha channel. It's saying alpha channel true, but even if he has it, it doesn't look like it's doing any big difference. I mean, it's not displacing this hole, for example, right? At least not significantly enough that we can see it. So I think it can be good enough also without the height level, and so we save another because we can make the texture RGB instead of RGBA. The only problem is for the houses, will this work or not? Because my fear is that for the houses where we have, like for example, the stone that I like a lot, which I think is this stone number C, right? This one. Let's try on this one. I think on this one it will look different, unfortunately. So if I make another instance and I call it inst stone wall CR, and then we open these two guys and we assign this texture to this, and we assign this texture to this, and we assign this texture to this. See the difference? The height is not there. The height is not there, and it's significantly different. It's significantly different. It's significantly different. So it's quite a mess though, because I need to understand I need to understand where the height is going, where this height information is going. You need to understand in these 1 million files, I mean, just for doing a simple test, I can connect it to war position offset, but I don't know if it's connected here or here. I think it's doing nothing here. Pixel depth offset. I think it's doing a bit.
So, what's new and exciting around here?
Hello, Marcelo. What's new and exciting? Well, the exciting part is that we managed to reduce the asset in the packages that we imported from 700 megabytes to like 70, so by a factor of 10, keeping the quality still at a good level. I mean, obviously it's not the super duper level that was there, but we are keeping it at a good value. Now, the problem I have at the moment is that in this package, they are doing a lot of pixel displacement, and I don't know exactly where in the millions of functions, you know, they have it, and I'm trying to figure out, because I would like to replicate it, right? And trying to replicate it. Now we have two ways. One, which is exactly this effect. You see the effect that looks like there is an actual hole in between these two things, so is displacing that. Now living without this effect is possible, but it's obviously making the material way simpler, right? Which may still do, but I was just trying to understand if I could replicate that as well. And so we have two ways. Or we take the existing material and we start to remove blocks until we see when it breaks, or we try to recreate it from scratch. I tried to recreate it from scratch and was not very simple, so maybe I can take the other approach. So for example, if I skip the master grunge, the master snow, and the master whatever wetness, right, and I just go directly into the output, we can see if this texture is changing. We can do one step at a time, maybe. So, for example, let me skip these two things. Let me skip this one. Let me skip the snow. Okay, so now the snow is disconnected. I assume that this is making no difference on our map, and in fact, it's not doing any difference, right? So it means that everything related to snow can go away. Now, I can try to skip this one as well. and go directly here and see if this is doing any difference on this guy, and it seems actually is not doing any difference. I can skip this rain puddle thingy and see if he's making any difference, and he's not. Okay, so these were the easy ones, okay, the ones that were obviously unrelated to what we were doing. Now, if I remove the primary or the secondary layer, obviously it will break. I'm 100% sure it will break. The only thing that I don't know is this blended height. So if I disconnect this blended height, right, will it make a difference? I think it changed a bit. No? It didn't? It looks lower. No? No, it's the same. So this one is not making a difference either. Because here I still have the primary layer height, which is this one, right? Height post warp, height pre warp. So I think if I disconnect this two, I can try, but if I disconnect this two, it still looks identical. I don't know if he's recalculating it or not, but it still looks identical, which is a bit weird actually. Let me try to skip the secondary layer, which by the way I have no idea what it contains. So I now skipped this one. I kept only the primary layer. The fact that this thing is not changing is making me think that doing changes here is not actually live, even if it says live and is live, but it's a bit weird that it doesn't do anything. I mean, we can disconnect completely this one. No, I think we are not. Maybe now, yes. But it seems that then everything is in the primary layer. Yes, I mean, now definitely something happened, okay? But then it means, which is a good news, that everything is included in this primary layer level, okay? So I don't know what is the secondary thing and such, but I think that everything is included in this. Which is good, because this restricts, you know, the complex. I mean, reduce the complexity. Still, there is a lot of complexity because the primary layer is calling so many other functions, but it's definitely less. Yes, it looks exactly the same. So is the primary, so let's say that the primary layer is the one that is doing the work, right? Everything else, like this stuff, is not really happening. Let me try to disconnect the secondary just to be sure that this connection is anyway not affecting our model. Yeah, it's recompiling a million shaders. But yeah, okay. So it's only the primary layer which is doing the nice effect that we need, okay? It's only the primary layer. So it's only this thing, right? It's only this thing, which is calculating some stuff. Let me try to remove also this one just to be sure. Okay, so at the end is this, right? Let me try to apply like this just to be sure, but I'm pretty convinced it will work. Now there will be probably some parameters, you know, like these ones, they will not work anymore on that kind of map. Yes, so it's still kind of working. I don't know if this UV scale is actually... Oh yes. This one is working, So some of these parameters are definitely... we find the right parameter. Parallax map. I think it is the parallax offset modifier height scale. So this one is the one that decides, you see, how much of that you're gonna get. Okay. Which is very good because it means that we can search just this POM height scale and see where it gets defined in the primary layer. Parallax occlusion. Exactly. Apply optional UV warp. I mean, this thing is kind of optional to us. So the UV, I don't care too much. I don't know if you want to scale the UV of the object dynamically in the shader. I think to me seems to be too much. But this one, could be interesting. It's just a multiplier, or is doing... Oh my god. Oh my god, it's doing more than just a multiplier. Wow. But it is part of the basic engine, huh? So this parallel occlusion mapping is a base engine function. So is not something that we need to take care of. The only thing that we need to take care of is the... Why we don't have our input texture object? Why we don't have our input? Yes, our compact texture is the one that is passed into this function. And then into this function, this matmodpom is doing a bit of work and is outputting the parallax UV. Now, do you think that this thing is already doing the job or not? Because if this thing is already doing the job, then for us will be fairly easy, because it means that we only need to call this. We can try. This is our version of the instance thing, which has this simplified thing, and we can see if we get the same compact My only problem is, do I need to put this out UV into the base UV, or where the hell do I have to put it? Missing input UV. Yeah, you are right, man. I'm definitely missing the input UV. Mat mod. I don't know what is this mat mod, but what is mat mod UV? Now, it did something, but it's not exactly like what we wanted to have, because actually here is doing something very different. So is applying it in a very different way. Like, it seems that it's not doing it on the normal, so that it looks like it's doing it after the normal is getting applied, while in our case it looks like we are doing it before the normal is getting applied, and so we are displacing also the normal, which is a bit weird as a result. Yeah. So I think the call to this is correct. The problem is where to put the resulting UV. Because the resulting UV are actually sent back to the same compact are actually sent back as UV of the same compact, which is this part. But then I don't know what it's doing with this. I don't understand from here with this output height pre-warp what, you know, how is used. Because this output height pre, apart from the fact that if I search it here, it's not even finding it and it's here in front of him. So that's a bit annoying. There is an output of the function, right? And here we are inside the material block layer primary. So in theory, we are getting this one, you see? This one we are getting as a result. But we are not using it. So I'm wondering... master prop. Do you know what is this node doing? What is this node doing? I mean, this seems just to be the output. I mean, like the result of this material property, but if I disconnect it, basically my texture become black. But I don't know if this is then getting reused by someone else. I mean, I can completely delete this just to be, you know, 100% sure that this is not doing anything. And you see our texture still looks well. Let me apply. It still looks good, so those pieces are not doing anything, right? At least for the problem we're analyzing now. So when I go inside of this, by the way, I don't think this is doing anything because this is just, I can remove it and see. Yes. Because I think it was just an output of the UV to be used by the subsequent the subsequent passes. And I don't think we are using that. So I think that we are then routing the result to the base material definition. I think what it's doing is probably subtracting from the normal map the displacement to be sure that it's not applied to the normal map. I don't know how to do it, but this is just my intuition, you know, that is telling me this. But you see, it's not doing any difference. And also this one, in case is 1, is not doing any difference. So now what it's doing is taking this information after applying this, because this is definitely doing something, right? It's definitely doing something. Then he's taking again the same textures with a specular level of 0.5. I don't know, this one is like just hard coded. And then he's going inside the so let me try to do something a bit drastic, but just to understand if after this nothing happens, right? So if I remove this one, this freaking node. Okay, let me try like this. What happened? No. If it doesn't go forward, because now this is giving an error. Fuck. Missing B input. Okay. So, how can I stop it here? Can this be connected to a constant or something? So it doesn't give the error, you know, but it doesn't go forward at the same time. So if it doesn't go forward, it's super GG. Okay. So we need this. We need this for whatever reason. Base layer overrides. But all these overrides, you know. Can I skip the overrides? And still work? Because I don't care about these overrides, like the tint, the saturation, metallic, roughness, minimum, maximum, normal map. I don't care about this. $1,200 shaders to recompile. Yay! Yay! By the way, guys, if you are new to the stream, just don't be shy. You can ask questions, you can interact. Even if I seems to be very focused on what I'm doing, no problem. I can I can speak with you. Let me just see if removing all the override parameters is anyway working fine. I think it will, by the way. At the moment, what we are trying to do, we are basically trying to simplify a shader that is coming from a marketplace asset, which is absolutely insane in complexity. And we are trying to make it simpler to achieve the effect of some parallax mapping Yeah, I think it looks identical. So I think that all this block, you know, all this override block is not affecting us at the moment. Base layer details normal. It would be interesting also to look at this one. I think this one also is another override of the scale of the UV. And then it's going into this. So let me try to skip this as well. Again, with the idea of simplifying at a maximum, you know, this thing. I don't know if I need to disconnect this as well, because maybe it's doing something when it's going inside of the function anyway. It should become simpler and simpler to calculate, right? Because we are removing logic. Yeah, I'm trying to break it until it works, exactly. So I'm trying to split it and split it and split it until it's still working and we find, you know, the minimal piece that we need. But I really hope it's not doing too much because, okay, still works, you say? It still works as expected. So it means that all of these pieces are useless. Now, output attributes out. So it seems that this output attribute out is anyway required. So I think at this point I can, you know, just connect this to this. And remove everything else. And I think it will work. Hello, KJ Uzaji. Hey, welcome to the channel. And welcome to this crazy stream, which is about I cannot do this. It doesn't lie. I think the output attribute must be one and only one. Welcome to this crazy stream of shaders simplification. Because, you know, you are getting assets from the marketplace and you say, oh yes, I can use them. They are perfect. But then when you try to put those assets into your project, you realize that they are made of million shaders and copy paste of other copy paste of other copy paste. So for example, in this asset, which has absolutely no rain and no snow, there are shaders associated to the materials which are calculating snow and rain. And so, yeah. Now, I basically created a version that kind of works, simplifying it at the maximum, but I still have the problem of the parallax occlusion, parallax mapping. I don't know why it's called parallax occlusion, because Parallax occlusion. Parallax occlusion map, because I was calling it parallax mapping, but I think it's something more than parallax mapping. Parallax occlusion mapping is an enhancement of parallax mapping technique. Parallax occlusion mapping is used to precisely create 3 definition of texture surface, including displacement map, instead of through the generation of new geometry. Okay. Yeah, but I would like to see the difference between the two. But okay. Okay, I don't know. I cannot really see the, but it's okay. It's okay. Did it recompile the thing? Yeah, so if we connect there, it works, which is nice. Now, the only thing that is weird is that when I disconnected this from the rest, it didn't really affect anything. Let me see if affects now and we are dead. No. No, it's still working okay. So we are continuously simplifying the model. Now we have a relatively simple model. So basically I could delete all of that. And I think it makes zero difference. My only question is, okay, so if I take my... The thing that I don't know is where this thing is going. Like when you have these output attributes out, right? Where is this thing going? It's going directly into the editor? Because I think that also the emissive, you know, also this piece, we are not using it at the moment. So in theory, we could also skip, you know, the whole emissive thing and just do it like this. So I think that the trick is this part, parallax occlusion, and this part, material definition base. So I think these are the two pieces that are defining our thing the way we want, right? It finally worked for you. So what you can do, show us a screenshot or something. I'm anxiously waiting the... Okay, still working fine. Very nice. Very, very nice. Now, if you want to see the difference, this is the result we want to obtain. As you can see, yes, there's displacement. And this is what we have in our example, which has the displacement, but the normal map, I don't know if you can see it, but there is a black stuff, which is like displaced as well, and it is a problem. While the normal map should stay at the bottom, should be not displaced, right? So the effect here is much better. And I'm trying to understand which are the pieces that are creating. So all of this is useless. So the trick is only in this thing. Now, I mean, I can copy this. I have no big issue in copying this, you know, and putting into my simplified stuff. The big issue I have is that I don't know if this output parameter is something that I can use. Yeah, the UV is coming from the parallax mapping. So the UV is coming from here actually. Now, what I don't know, if there is this output, now you see it doesn't exist. So I don't know what is this freaking thing. I don't know what is this node. I don't know what is this node. And if I disconnect it, it will not work. I think because you see, material expression function output name attributes out. So it's basically defining, it's basically defined that there is an output variable which is called attributes out, which is this one. Right? So if I call it attribute output 2, is it going to break our logic? Because I want to see if someone is using this output. And at the moment, I don't see anyone using this. I don't see anyone using that output. Maybe it's required because a function must return something, okay? Or maybe someone is actually using the result of that function to actually put it into the texture, which I was expecting, by the way. You see, it still works. It still works even if I change the name. So, well, even if the engine may be smart and so maybe is actually reassigning the output of this, but this function, this function is called material block primary layer, and is this one. So I don't think we have any other. I mean, it's going inside master prop material attributes, and master prop is just my name. Master prop is an asset, so master prop is me. How do you generate this node? Material attributes. I think this node is generated automatically when you create the function, probably. But this master prop, this master prop is not a function. This master prop is a texture. I think. I'm not sure actually, but. Yes, master prop is a material. I have an idea. I have an idea. Is that the collapsed version of this? I have an idea. Collapse this. Cannot. Fuck. So basically what I need to do, I need to get these attributes and put them inside this thing. How do I put these attributes into this? How can I make this shrinked? How can I transform this into a single node? Use material attributes. Ah! I knew it! I knew it! I knew it! Okay. You actually used the material attribute checkbox. Thank you, Zoran. Yes, it was exactly what I was searching for. And my instinct was telling me it was like this, but I didn't know because I never used it. Okay, nice. Nice. So now we need to see if this thing is actually doing what we want, which is to displace. Yes, it did it. It did it because now the normal map is not more bumped here. Beautiful. Beautiful. So we simplified a 3 million function thing into something super simple, which is this. Now the problem is this one, but this one I hope is not calling millions functions. I think it's just calling, yeah, I think it's just calling this one. So I think that now we can slowly but surely use our simplified version and start to unwire the is identical, right? These two are identical, right? Yes, these two are identical. I mean, obviously my simplified version has less parameters. GG! We still have the UV scale, but I don't think the UV scale is actually working. Ah, yes, it is. Okay, I don't think we need it, but anyway, we can leave it. GG! This thing is also working. Oh my god. But this can be a good example, huh? This can be a good example of a parallax mapping shader that we can use. So now how do I unwire all that stuff, you know, from this freaking marketplace asset? GG! Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so let's try to do this. I don't know exactly how to proceed, but I think the idea is to reassign all the textures to my simplified master. Right? Reassign all the materials. Reassign all the materials. Now the problem is that I need to create a new. Can I change the parent? I think I can change the parent, but changing the parent is a bit scary. Um, because now, like, the parent is master prop. I have to change it to simplified master. And I don't know if... Yeah. It seems that it worked. So the idea is to change... It would take me forever, but... I think I need... Can I close all of this?
I have your brain scanned and permanently backed up in case something terrible happens to you, which it's just about to.
No! No! You think so? No, I think everything will be fine. I think everything will be fine. I'm just trying to save all of this and close all of this, but it's taking forever because every time I save something, it's recompiling the shaders for everything. We are getting closer, boys. We are getting closer. I can feel it. I can feel it. Why is it continuously asking me this? Yes, yes, apply, apply, yes, apply. Go and apply, yes, apply. 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 Oh my god, come on. He's asking me once for every of these tabs that I'm closing. Come on, close them all. You can do it. Close them all. Close them all. Right now. Close them all. It's a tough battle between you guys, eh? Marcelo with 2000 points. Gion with 1,800. Where's Gion, by the way? I never seen Gion lately. Where is Gion? Is Gion here and just silent, or because I'm not programming? Or, where is gone? I miss him. But I'm not fully convinced that that calculation works all the time. Okay, so... Uh-oh. It seems that a lot of things broke here. Now they are just getting recalculated. So what I need to do... I need to change each one of this to the new parent, which is simplified master, right? And then when I do this, I save and close. Can I change the parent to all of them at the same time? I don't think so. I think I need to open each one and freaking change it, which is super annoying. Is there another way, boys? Can I change the master massively? Why this one looks so bad? Because it's getting recalculated. Okay, this one is already correct. Nice. So now that I change all of them to my version of the shader, we can then finally unwire the master prop. We'll be able to delete the master prop. And when we delete the master prop, we can finally delete all of the children, like all the functions, there's no shader, and all that shit that is connected to our current set, and we don't need, right? There is this million things. But anyway, I think that there are, 2 or 3. Wow, these tomatoes, look at this. Ah, nyam, am, ah, am, I want to eat them. I want to eat them right now. Look at these tomatoes. You see here, for example, the displacement does a lot as well. The displacement is doing so much in this one. Ha! Master foliage. You know that we don't give a shit, I think, and we just change it to this one and see what happens. I think we look identical. It will just not move with the wind, but we don't care about the roofs moving at the wind, actually. Okay, this one I think is already parented to the other one. No, what I was saying is that I think at the end, there are not that many versions of master shaders. I think at the end there are 3-4 ways, and I think when we kind of learn all of them and understand all of them, and we have a few already mapped, like with our simple shader, I think everything would be easy. This one is using the 3 planar, so this one is the one. Wait a second. This one is the one that I think is changing by. It's changing by UV. Let me check one thing. Yes. I think this one, foundation stairs. Yeah, I think if I put this one here. Yeah, you see? Look at this while I move it. You see? So it's standing still, so the UV is standing still based on the absolute world position. So I think that the 3 planar for now we cannot change yet. And the idea is basically to allow you to create seamless UV if you are using different pieces. So, and also if you are scaling up, because if I decide to scale up this piece a bit, like I'm doing now, this thing still remains correct, So it's applied to the same geometry, but it's still scaling correctly, which is a very powerful concept. Some people were saying don't do it because it's messing up your life, and maybe we will not, but what I'm saying is that for now the 3 planar we cannot change because they will break completely. So all the ones that are set to 3 planar, we need to keep. While all the ones that are master props, we can change. All these ones, no problem. But it's a great simplification, but I don't know why, you know, in these marketplace assets, they are really doing that. I mean, why they are giving you assets like this that are totally useless, you know, if you don't simplify them. It's a very nice asset, but you know, to me, you know what it looks? It looks like a game that they were probably making, and at the end they stopped making it, and so they took the good assets and they put them into a package. I think that is what they did. Because I cannot believe that you are creating an asset that contains like snow, rain, and everything else, and at the end, you know, you don't have the snow and rain, so you would never do it. We have so many textures here, boys. So many textures. This work will be tough. If we have to reduce all these assets, it will take a bit, but I mean, I already reduced all this geometry, but reducing, we need to, I guess we need to reduce also all the textures. Ah, also the apples. Nyam, 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 nyam. Nyam, ah, 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 ah. Black is just black. Okay. Okay, we changed them all. So let me see if now there is still a reference from our master material to something. In theory, there should not be. So the master material, the master prop, in theory, should be should have no references. Yes. So I can delete it. Nice. Very good. And the same, I can delete, I guess, the foliage, because we are not... Yes. While, obviously, the tree planner, I cannot. Yes, because it's connected to this stuff and makes sense. I don't know why it shows as modified, because actually I didn't touch it. I think I will reload it from disk, just in case I messed up something. I don't think so, but it should not be modified. What is it you want to do with all your work? We are basically simplifying the assets. So these assets have files which are extremely big. So for example, you know, the best example is this. Wait. The best example is this. These ruins, right? We've seen before. These ruins, which are just some ruins, have files, as you can see, there are 76 megabytes each. So for one ruin, we have 4 textures, and these textures are 174 megabytes for one freaking ruin. And the ruin and the ruin is just I cannot show you now, but anyway, the ruin is just a piece of wall, you know. And so what we need to do, we need to scale down these numbers significantly. I want to speak about giving the world the free work for free your work. What do you mean? I mean, I'm giving plane shift for free. Yes. That's correct. You say I'm crazy, huh? You say I should not do it, huh? So what is your idea? What should I do? I should sell it, huh? Like, for example, now there's all these materials. Can I delete them finally? All these matte, FX, wet surface, rain streaks, rains, ripple, raindrops. Are these things still connected to something? These are connected to rain puddles. Why all this are all getting updated as soon as I touch one? I don't know. You already said that. You already said it all work public domain. No need to make mount. All have to do it. Not as good as in science. What? No, my work. I mean, the license of PlaneShift Legacy and the license of PlaneShift Unreal are actually different. Okay, but also in PlaneShift Legacy, our art, our music, our stories, and everything else was proprietary to us, right? So you could actually not reuse those things without our permission, right? So, and it's the same with PS Unreal. Wetness, black rain puddles. What the fuck is that? No. Triplanar is using this? Oh my god. I want to delete something, but I cannot. I cannot. It's all connected. It's all connected. It seems that this master triplanar is still calling a lot of the stuff like snow, rain, grunge. What is grunge doing, by the way? Grunge. Grunge definition. Grunge UV. I mean, it's kind of a Kurt Cobain kind of thing. Grunge map, grunge color, grunge contrast, grunge roughness. What is this? What is it doing? Blend snow with incoming attribute. I don't need this. This is totally useless to me. I think the triplanar thing is done inside triplanar, so I think it's done here. I think it's not done in any other place. And is this one absolute warp position into vertex, into definition base, into whatever. So I think that all the rest after doing the impossible never-ending mission, there will be another impossible never-ending mission, or there will be the chapter 3 and the chapter 4 of the impossible never-ending mission. So it will always be a continuation. There will always be a continuation of the impossible never-ending mission. Let me do something. I want to see if I skip the grunge, and if I skip the other stuff, I can still have my items right. So this one looks like this, huh? You should look at it, huh? I don't know why it's moving a bit, but anyway. If I skip all of that, so these three are actually skipped, okay? So there is no grunge, no snow, no puddles, no anything. Does it look different or not? I don't know, I did already so many impossible missions in my life that to me it's not a problem to do another one. Easy. Do you think it changed? I think it looks different. Fuck. The grunge is doing something. Really? The grunge is doing something. No, I think it looks identical. Also because I don't have the grunge defined in this material, right? So this material in theory should be... If I go here and I check... Oh my god, there's a million materials. But anyway, these millions materials... Not this one. This one. You see, enable grunge is disabled, so... I don't know what happens if you click on this. But in theory, yeah, it's adding another grunge map, so... None of these assets are using it. So I think we are good. I think we are good without grunge. I think we are good without grunge. So I think I can do the skip, you know? I think I can do the skip and delete these three And so my tree planner now becomes very, very easy. And it still works, but now I can finally delete all that stuff. So I'm still not sure what you wanted to say, Ulla, but you can try to say it in French, maybe. But I still don't understand fully what you wanted to say. So you said, what do you do? What do you do with all your work? What do you mean? I will release Plane Shift. This is what I will do. Yes, you. Look at this rope. Oh my god, this rope is coming out. This rope is coming out like easy. You see, instead of doing like 3 million polygons of rope, you can just use a material like this and it looks super bumped, like insane bumped. Like giga bumped. Look at this. Obviously, if you look at it like this, no. But if you look at it like this, it looks super bumped. Why whenever I open something, it goes into... After you say it is public domain, your mount. Your mount, you mean the horse? And how to use it. Opening my free shop in Unreal. Wow. No, I'm opening a free game in Unreal. I'm opening a free game, not a free shop of code. I'm opening a free game. Okay, so can I finally delete this? Ripples, rapples, ropples, puddles, puddles. Oh, finally can delete this. Can I delete this now? Ah, can I delete all of this? Ah, finally. Removing all this shit that I brought in. Emissive, grunge, liquid, snow. Matte block. Matte block. Okay. I'm deleting. We are simplifying stuff. My webcam decided to go GG, but... I mean, the number of hours you have been working on the mount, yes, but, you know, every game wants to do things a bit differently, so... Let's say I have the mount working in a certain way, right? But I'm pretty sure if you go to another game, they would like to do the mount slightly different. You know, the way you jump on the mount, the way you drive the mount, the way you know. So I think that everyone wants to do things slightly differently, and And so my mount works for plane shift, but maybe doesn't work for other people. I agree that it would be best if they start from something that I did already, right? I think it would be better if they start from my mount. But I don't know if they will do it. Maybe they want their own thing, you know? They want to discover and they want to learn and they want to do things differently. Ah, finally I'm deleting a bunch of shit. This one I don't know if I can delete. This one yes. This one yes. But the global override, I think we are using it or no? Yeah, it's still in the triplanar. Okay, so these three things we need to keep. But utility can go because it's now empty. And this one can go because it's empty. And we only have 3 items now, which we can move under functions, I guess. And also definition we can move under functions. And so we only have 4 files now. And they are connected to the triplanar thingy. Hello. Test. You didn't see anything, huh? So we can move this definition up. We can move the definition up, boys. Okay. So finally we are like in a decent position, okay? Master triplanar. Shader score. I mean, what is this global? It's not used. GG. Okay, so I think I'm pretty happy about the changes that we did. I think I will move my simplified master inside shader library. That maybe we can rename masters, but I think it's okay for now. I reckon people will go around possessing their houses, no, their horses. Kid that has lies with a nightmare at the end. They should watch this stream. I know. It took me a lot because we are doing an MMO, guys, but I just want to remind you that if you are doing a single player game, things are completely different, okay? So the mount issue that we had, they will not appear if you are doing a single player game. So it's completely different. So many people, oops, and many people are doing single player games. So okay, these ones we cannot delete, but I think they are just placeholders, but I think it's fine. They are very, very small files. This one we can. This one we cannot. Okay, we only have like 3 files. Few files here, 1 file here. So it's very little stuff, so we can live with this. So we really simplified a lot this thing, and we have exactly the same result, okay? For what we care, obviously, because there was also other stuff, but for what we need, we have simplified greatly these pieces. Now, something we still need to do is to reduce the number of textures. Snow normal, snow we don't need. So this textures directory, this textures directory is still huge. I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure it's still huge. What is this smooth music? Chrono Cross. So if we go in medieval docs, this textures directory is still 632 megabytes, which is not acceptable, okay? Even if there are a lot of, I have to say there are a lot of textures, but I think there are some textures that are really too big and they need to be reduced. So I think we will go one by one and see which one we really want to reduce. Like for example, these apples are 2048 by 2048 for like freaking apples. I mean, why? You want to have very nice apples, okay, I understand, but that is not really the way to do it. So we need to export these ones and reduce them. And it will take a bit. Unfortunately, it will take a bit of time. So hold tight. Hold tight. The massive conversion of texture is coming to you. The massive conversion of texture is coming. The massive conversion of texture is coming. Open files. Open files. I mean, 2048 for 4 apples. Come on. Come on. We cannot believe this. Do they have the freaking colors fucked up? Seems not. Do you think that these ones are used split? Yeah, the C. The C is used the split. Pain. 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 Fuck. So the C, I need to... The C I need to split with a compose, decompose. Ah. Okay. We're gonna do this anyway. We are gonna do this anyway. No matter what it takes. Colors, components, decompose. No. What the hell? It is an RGBA. Now the question is the... No, no, they aren't the blue one. So I need to put it back as RGBA, otherwise stuff will go very, very, very crazy. Okay. So listen to me. If I don't put it back as RGBA, stuff will go very, very, very crazy. Okay. Now let's try Apple. Apples. Apple. R. And let's go with our apples. And let's go with our apples. Okay, so now we re-import the textures, the three of them. Boom. Now the big issue is to see if there are differences in the setup of the texture. So for example, RGBS, right? Or flipped vertical, flipped green channel. No, so I think it looks fine. So we can save this. And now I want to see though, which is the proof that it works or it doesn't work. That if I go and change my material, this one, which looks very, very nice. You see how much this apple is coming out. I want to see if I change it to the reduced version. So boom, boom, wow, and boom. Okay, the last one fucked it up a bit. You know what is weird is that the normal map is fucking it up more than the actual texture. You see this blur? Now, you will never look at the apples at that distance, okay? So you will not be that close, so you will be... But still, it looks like the majority of the loss of quality... Ah, no, wait a second. I think we have a flipped channel I think we have a flipped channel on this too, huh? Oh yes, we do. So now, much better. So we always need to be sure that the normal map doesn't have the flipped green channel, otherwise we are getting in trouble. Holy fuck. Um, I don't know. Okay. But we need to be sure that we are not because with the apples, you know, the difference is insane. So now they are basically identical as they were before, but their weight is like 4 times less. Now you may say, they are only apples. Yes, they are only apples, but, you know, you may use them. So now in theory I can delete these ones. They should not be referenced anymore. Nice! 1 down, 20 to go. No, I don't know how many. I don't know how many. By the way, guys, if you didn't do it yet, I will really appreciate if you can click on follow on Twitch and subscribe on YouTube, because that will help me. It costs you nothing and it helps me. Concreta. Okay. Okay. Yeah, so we need that. I was just checking where it was used. But it's actually used, so we need those 3. Now the normal map is kind of weird. How much are these maps? These maps are 2048 by 2048. I think the question is how big they are scaled on the... I mean, how much they are scaled, because if they are scaled very little, like I see here, I think we can go with these ones. I think we can go at 1000 because we can use it maybe on larger areas, right? So I think we can reduce it to, we can reduce this 3 to 1000. This one will be anyway the most significant part of our textures. You know, boys, what I will do? I think I will probably go, and I think I will finish this job, which is, by the way, pretty annoying. I understand. I don't think it's very fun to watch, and I think I will do it offline tomorrow morning and a bit of tomorrow afternoon. I think I can complete it, and because I think it needs about another 2 hours or so. Maybe tomorrow morning I can already do it. And so we can work on something else then at the next stream, because, you know, staying on stream just doing these conversions, I think is not very fun for you to watch. I know you watch anyway, but, and I thank you for that, but at the same time, you know, maybe it's not very entertaining. So I think it's best if I just do it offline and I will just do it tomorrow. Okay, so we will see each other tomorrow with some new stuff. I hope I will not be managing texture anymore. I will be doing something else, okay? See you boys next time. By the way, we are how many? We are 26 Patreons. If someone wants, he can help us to reach 30 Patreons. See you boys. See you boys. See you boys. Next time.